Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team with Brabham. We are in Season 3 tonight. It's round 19, the return of the sprints. We are heading to the Circuit of the Americas for the United States Grand Prix. All right, let's dive straight into looking at the car. I can't remember exactly whether we've got stuff to do to the car or not. Let's see. So we've got new chassis, underfloor and suspension spare parts in production right now. We're 15 days away. I think both cars are running the most up-to-date spec. Yes, they are. Okay. Excellent stuff. So, 2 weeks out from COTA. Let's advance time a little bit. Tommy has gained a rating point. He's up to 59 overall now. Okay, let's see if that actually improves his fortunes next season. I don't think it will. He might not be with the team next season, given that we've got two more rookies joining us next year. Where are we on the inbox? Okay. That's our spare suspension. All right, so let's take a quick look. I've got one underfloor and one chassis still to come. So I need another side pod. I could probably do with a couple of extra front wings. Haven't got much in the way of money. I don't think I can afford a side pod. No, I can't, but I can afford a front wing. So we'll drop an extra front wing in. That's the spare underfloor. That's our new spare front wing. And this will be the spare chassis. Oh, we've got money coming from the sponsors as well. Very nice. Evening, Wayne. Thank you. I did enjoy my birthday. Had a nice, relaxing sort of evening doing a bit of trucking, and then jumped on Helldivers and got the perfect birthday present. The Illuminates had turned up, finally. So I spent many, many hours, through till about 5:30, 6 o'clock this morning, fighting the Illuminate. That was intense and a lot of fun. And I will be doing that again tonight as soon as we're done streaming. Evening, Clark. Let me see. What was I about to do? Oh, yes, sponsors. There we go. The first week, first 6-week period in a while, we've actually comfortably cleared our engagement and got the full 3 mil payout. No mandatory activity, so not a substantial payment, but it's something. Let's get the sponsors prepped for the next one. We've got a wind tunnel hire that's worth 4.7 mil. Now that is nice. So let's have a look at what we want to do. I'm going to put George on a race day appearance. And we're pretty much done with the factory, I think, for a while. And we'll put a little bit of backup in with Jack, just in case our fortunes dip slightly. Just want to make sure we get that full money. There we go. Nice little safety net. Evening, Dino. Mr. W would be a great 007 GoldenEye name. It reminds me, one of my favourite weird sort of villains was Oddjob. I loved Oddjob, and I also loved the parody that Austin Powers did where they called him Random Task instead of Oddjob. Did a long old drive today. I delivered goods from Krakow all the way down to Portugal. Very long drive. Oh, George has accepted the contract. This will cost me 2 mil. Because that's his signing bonus. But we've now got him out of that really, really long contract that well, not really, really long, but that really expensive break fee. And now I think he's out of contract at the end of this season. What? What? Oh, no way. It doesn't come into effect till next year. It's a 1-year contract that comes into effect next season. Okay, that's weird. I just assumed that would replace the current contract, but it won't. It will replace his contract from next year. How you doing, Farah? All right, well, we can still look at replacing George next season. Just have to wait until next season. Moving on. Everyone's enthusiastic. No major issues anywhere. Biggest issues are neutral. That's what we like to see. Still hoping we can get that upgrade in. How long have I got left till research is done? Oh, I've actually got space to get another project started now. We haven't done a single wing project yet. Neither are affected by reg changes. But we should do at least one project on each. We don't quite have the funds for that yet, so we'll wait until after COTA. Alright, car is ranked 10th on the grid. That's a breakdown of the cornering. The fact that we have really good low downforce is certainly going to help us on this track. Quite a lot of low speed corners, especially around that sort of infield towards the end of the lap and at the beginning of the lap as well. Plus the big hairpin, getting excellent traction out of that corner is going to be nice. Yeah, that Mexico issue, that is frustrating. We've seen that in our races in this career. It's been really frustrating seeing how, I mean, it's helpful when you're trying to overtake someone who's just coming out the pits, but it's really frustrating when it's the other way around. Right, George will be slightly affected going into this Grand Prix because of the race day appearance, or the race weekend appearance. But he should be fine for a top 10 finish. And let's head to COTA.
Welcome to the United States Grand Prix. We're in Austin, but there are no wild cowboys on the track this weekend, just some serious horsepower. It's sure to be a race to remember.
Don't forget, the schedule this weekend sees the drivers take to the track for an all-out sprint race. A good opportunity to clinch some crucial championship points.
It's time then for another thrilling weekend of F1 drama.
All right, we have wet weather for practice and then potentially wet weather for sprint quali as well. But it will be dry for the sprint, dry for main quali, and dry for the Grand Prix. So, because it's a sprint, no rookies, we're going to go with... Go with medium tyres for this session. So, COTA is normally 16 laps. So I'm going to overfuel them in the hope that we can get close with a single run. We haven't done a sprint yet with this new boost for affiliates. You know, when we had a previous sprint, which was the last one was what, Austria. We'd only just put them in sort of marketing. So yeah, this will be the first time we actually get a nice little setup boost. Let's see what we can actually achieve in qualifying this time out. Got a 35% engine in the car. It's not ideal in terms of what's left in the other one either. It's only at 84%. Would have been nice to be a little bit fresher than that. Let's think what I want to do for a setup on this. It's usually towards the sort of 3.7 to 1.9 range on the roll bar. So let's start with the 1.9, and we can always dial it back. And we'll go with an 8.5 on the front. We'll go with a 13. 1.9. Let's whack that all the way up as well. And let's just take that back a touch. Let's push it up the other way. There we go. Let's get it like that. We might go with something a little bit different for George. We will go with the mediums. Not going to go with the hards for two reasons. One, might want the hards for the Grand Prix. Probably won't, but might. And also, running the hards might be a complete waste because it might start raining almost as soon as we get on track. So it seems a bit of a waste to use up an entire hard tyre set if it's only going to be used for like 5 laps. We'll wait and see what the weather's going to do before we actually send the cars onto track, because then we can change our mind as well with tyres. Let's do car parts over here. Again, we're on the weakest stuff we can. Yeah. So we'll go with something a little different. We'll go with a 2.8 on this one. We'll go with an 8 on the front wing instead of an 8.5. We'll go with a 13 again. We'll go with a 2.8. We'll bring that back just a little bit. And let's bring this all the way back. Let's bring it down to just over 0. And I need to sneeze. Yeah. That was a big one.
Check. Yep. Radio check.
All right, so fingers crossed we can at least get close. I'm not expecting us to get bang on. It's one of these. This is a bit of a tricky circuit to just get the strategy bang on, because there is movement in the range. It's not like a circuit like Baku or Monza where the slider positions are very, very tightly grouped across the range. In this one, there is quite a bit of variance. Not as chaotic as a circuit like Imola or Abu Dhabi, but it's enough that it makes it luck, basically, if you get it, spot on. Keep the fingers crossed, though, that we can at least get close.
So no risk on the curve.
And let's see what our drivers can actually achieve in terms of setup value with that nice little boost. We're already at 36%. Look, that's awesome.
And Oscar, rain risk could be forming up all of
I didn't check the weather, did I? Well, there we go. It's just a little sprinkling of rain. I could have used the hards. Never mind. I really wish we could check that weather report before we actually go into the session itself. Because more often than not, I forget to check it when I get to the track. I don't see any rain in the immediate sky and completely forget that there is rain coming. Out of sight, out of mind and all that.
Start the rain. Copy.
Keep me updated.
Just give us a balance check.
All right, we're in a great window. That's encouraging.
Negative. Happy.
82's not bad.
Confirm, I think that is currently understood.
88 for Oscar. I'm just going to leave him out.
Yeah,
See what
copy
we're
that,
ending
Oscar.
up with at the end of the session. We can make some blind tweaks where we can make a slightly more educated guess.
Copy.
No more rain expected.
Copy.
Let's see how close we can get with our driver prep.
Check the tyres.
It will actually be higher than it says at the bottom because it doesn't count the setup satisfaction until you actually get back to the garage and check it there. Once it then becomes a recorded setup in the garage, that's when it then contributes towards your preparation level. So if we're at 40% now, we're probably gaining another 40 to 45% on top of that. Because setup confidence accounts for 50% of a driver
There's a
prep, and if
yellow
they are
flag now.
in the 80s to 90s range, probably around about 40% that they're chipping in. Oscar closer to 45. So we could actually end up with a really good confidence.
There's quite a bit of debris.
We've had a crash somewhere. Was it
There's been a crash.
Ricardo and Browning, maybe? Yes, it was. Clumsy.
Yeah, I got hit.
Ricardo having a miserable season, could be his last. Depends if anyone signs him for next season. Browning has already said he's retiring at the end of this season from Formula One, as he's never been able to get a race seat or even get close to one. So he'll be off to pastures new to try his hand at a different form of motorsport, no doubt.
Carcass temperature okay, right? Tyre temps are still low.
So we're close to 90% at the moment as things currently stand for Oscar. About 85% or so for George. And those numbers are only going to keep going up. This is going to be amazing to have almost maximum confidence just off one practice session. And it makes me wonder if the AI do this as well, if they actually use their affiliates for car development. Because they do in real life. I mean, you know, Bobby Schwartzman, who's actually leaving Ferrari at the end of the season, is a development driver. He's never going to get into F1. But he is very much a development driver. He works in just developing the car. Same with Giovinazzi.
Just give us some feedback.
Unlikely he'll ever get back on the grid. But he is very much a strong development driver. His feedback is very good. His technical knowledge is pretty good. And the teams value input like that.
tyre feedback when you can.
Struggling with front.
Well, there we go.
Good.
We got up to 60% track knowledge. That's excellent. So we're at 50%. So that means we're looking at around about 95%, just under, for Oscar, and around about just over 90% for George, I think. Probably about 94% for Oscar, maybe 91% for George, would be my guess. Actually, he's gone up to 51, so maybe 90, maybe 95 on the nose. There's a penalty for Alonso's Red Bull there. Fudo Fuji has been running it in this session. Valtteri has a penalty as well. That must be a part penalty. And Pepe Marti in the Haas. Which Haas is that? It's Lawson's Haas, also with a penalty. So let's have a look. Where is Fuji? There he is. No. That will be a position penalty for a collision then. Oh yeah, Alonso, who did he tag? He took Leclerc out at the end of the pit lane, didn't he? So that's a 3-place drop for Alonso. Who else was there? Pepe Marti. That's a new ERS, so that's a minimum 5-place, maybe 10-place grid drop, maybe even more. Sometimes the penalties don't seem to be evenly applied. And who was the other driver? Valtteri. Where is Valtteri? New ERS of Valtteri as well. Well, there we go, 94 and 92. Wasn't far off my estimates there, but that's incredible to have numbers that high after just one sprint session.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
Let's see if we can make a couple of the... Oh, wow. All wets. Let's see if we can make some interesting little adjustments to the setup there. We'll go with our best powertrain available. Go. Right, so there we go. We're at 82%. That is not right. Don't think it could go up, but I think it's going to come down. Let's go with the 1.9. It might be a 3.7, thinking about it. I'm going to stick to my initial thoughts. I mean, that could come down a touch. I don't think it is that much. I mean, that works. I think it's going to be... I think it's going to be a 1.9. We can always make another adjustment if we need to after the sprint. This is a bit easier to decipher. It can only be a 2.8. Do I bring that all the way down? I think I should. Let's bring it down to that. We'll put in 2 flying laps of fuel, given that we're on wet tyres. So track conditions could change a little bit while we're on the track, and which they will. It will go to inters. So let's get 2 flying laps in on wet tyres, and then switch to inters and get a couple of flying laps in on those. Oh wait, no, it's shortened qualifying, isn't it? It's sprint quali. We'll get 1 lap in here, and then we'll do 2 laps on the inters. I have to remember to call them in after the first lap. Evening, Adrian. Thank you very much. Right, so let's call them in. I don't think I'm going to have time for 2 flying laps unless I take the cooldown off. Trouble is, we're at the back of the field now. So on our second flying lap, we're going to have to go through all of those cars. So what I'm going to do is take manual control so we get a faster out lap. Do just a normal first lap. That should move us closer to the front of the field so we don't have to worry about the traffic. Everyone should pull out of the way for us. And then we'll have clear track to immediately go into our second flying lap when the track's in a better condition. Still a few cars yet to come out of the pits. Neither Ferrari's moved yet. I'm assuming they're going to pop out in a moment.
Copy.
We're happy to drop, lift the coast.
Yeah, copy.
Possibly you can reduce the LICO slightly.
Yeah.
Alright, we didn't get through anywhere near as many cars as I was hoping. Might have been better to stay where we were. The Ferraris still haven't come out of the pits. They're cutting it fine. We have a yellow flag. Is that a crash at turn 1? Or just someone locking up? That's wide from Fittipaldi, actually, at turn 4.
Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4. And that's... Oh, no, that's
They're
not
just
quite what they
cutting the
would have...
curb. So we should get greens across the board on this lap because the track is nearly 2 mil drier than it was. And we're looking for purples on the next run. Still no movement from the Ferraris. Are they not going to come out at all? They must come out, surely.
pick up the pushing level.
We can use the pace now.
Evening, Corey. Thank you. Oh, we have another yellow flag.
Overtake available.
Stoffel running wide towards the end of the lap. Ferraris aren't coming out. Oh my God, the Ferraris are going to get potentially eliminated here. I don't think everyone's on track. But the Ferraris could both be eliminated here. I don't think Norris is on track either. What about Ocon? Oh, Ocon's top. Damn it. What about Alonso? I don't think Alonso's left the pits either. Wow, Alonso and the Ferraris could both be going out. Not a great lap there for George. Oscar swoops on through, goes purple in the first. Still an improvement though, it could still well be top for George, potentially. Now we're on a full push on an even drier track. So there we go, Hamilton, Leclerc, Norris, Alonso, Porsche, Verstappen, Gasly, Bottas, all out. None of them taking to the track. That is bizarre. George coming around the last corner up to the line, short sprints. Goes top. Just ahead of Logan Sargent. And there is Oscar top, almost 9/10 of a second quicker because he didn't get held up at the end of the first sector there. But yeah, huge. Oh, wait, no, they still got through. They still managed to sneak through despite not running. Sargent, though, in P3. So Leclerc, Hamilton, Norris and Alonso have survived. Unless Perez... Oh, no. Norris and Alonso are going to go out. Stroll goes through, up to fourth. Perez goes second. So Norris and Alonso are eliminated. Oh, and that is glorious. In George's quest for third in the driver's standings. Lando Norris out in SQ1. And Alonso out helps us immensely in the constructors as well. Oh my God, we made the car horrendous. Whoops. Oh boy, so that is actually a 13.5. All right, never mind. And we got pretty close there. All right, let's wait until we get to the garage, to the pits before we make our decision on fuel, etc. All right, we need to go now. did I get to try City Skylines 2? I did on the Saturday for a little bit, and then never got the chance to pick it up again at any other point during the weekend, unfortunately. And of course, the big patch that massively improved the game dropped after the free weekend ended. So it ran fine. It just took a little getting used to because it was a very different experience, and not just because I'm on a PC now, but just because the overlays aren't what I'm used to. So it took me a while to figure everything out, and never really got a chance of a proper go at it, but I will probably be picking that up in the new year. I've got it on my Steam wish list, so... I'm more excited to get my hands on Frostpunk 2, though, if I'm honest. My enthusiasm for City Skylines has cooled. I still want to play it, I just don't have that same burning desire to play it I had over a year ago when we were told it was coming out on consoles. So...
Tyre temperatures are in a good window.
Good gap in front.
Let's go.
Or when it was supposed to release on consoles, as I should say. We were told it was coming out on consoles about 2 years ago. Alright, purple in the first sector, but first car on track. I doubt the Aston will beat us. And now Oscar goes quicker. Much more comfortable with his setup. Still got decent numbers though. But they're nothing like Oscar's. Ooh, excuse me. So Russell will go top. Oscar will displace him. Then it's a question of who else will displace George. But we are going to go for another lap immediately afterwards. We'll have a cool down and then go again. Track is supposed to get a little bit wetter. So it was important to be, one of the first cars on the track. What was the lap time for George? A 140.2, so he was less than 2/10 slower. That's not too bad. 1.4 seconds quicker than Van Dorn. Fittipaldi improves up into third. Now Lawson goes third, just 2.5 tenths. Joe goes third now. Just a tenth behind George. And Yuki's gone top. And someone's made a mistake. Oh, Sainz, it's a red flag. Now that changes everything. Leclerc currently is in the drop zone and track might be much wetter. Yeah, that car's wrecked.
I cannot believe it.
And you can just feel the frustration from the team
Yeah,
watching.
track conditions could be very different when the red flag rescinds and the session gets back underway. 1.87 mil. It's definitely wetter. Not as wet as I thought it might be, but it might be enough to stop Leclerc from getting through. We'll go to a single lap run. We'll stick with the same tyres. They're fine. And it will just stay static at that level of water now. So I think it was about 1.4 when we set our lap. Will it tell us? No, it won't. Is anyone actually going to go out? Ocon is currently in danger. He might not even go out. He's not. Ocon's going to be eliminated in P15. We don't even need to move. We can just stay in the garage. So Leclerc and Ocon are out. That is bizarre. So bizarre. He's out in P14, not 15, but he's still at the points. Oh, it's coming up Jim Bob. Evening, Strofman.
Okay, that's green light.
All right, can we lock out the front row here in the sprint? We're going to have 2 bites at the cherry. So Hulkenberg will be the first to set a time. Yuki Tsunoda behind him is probably more likely to stick it on provisional pole, so we'll watch Yuki. No Red Bulls, 1 Ferrari, 1 McLaren. And you have to say, on balance, it's the number 2 Ferrari and the number 2 McLaren. Although Hamilton is in a much more positive frame of mind now, no longer demoralised, stats back to normal.
Circuit is all clear ahead now. Good to go.
Oscar, you've got a clear track ahead. So Oscar, happy to open a lap.
brief yellow. I think that might have been... Oh, no, it's 50 penalty.
Let's take a
Thought it might have
closer look.
been Oscar
Now,
for a
this was
second
on
then.
the straight.
So he starts his flying lap and
there's the
immediately
lookup.
scuffs it.
Just unable to control the car by that point.
But I mean, the worst he's going to do is 10th, which is, for Fittipaldi, pretty damned amazing. Hockenberg does a 145.4. Yuki goes 2 tenths quicker. Puts it on provisional pole. Let's see what Hamilton does. He is potentially the most likely to challenge us for pole out of everyone who's made it through outside of Sonoda. And he does a 145.0. Here comes George. And he's only P6. What about Oscar? Oscar goes P2. 2 tenths down, just under, to Hamilton. Russell 4 and a bit tenths down to Hamilton. But a quick cool-down lap and then a chance to improve. Everyone else will peel off into the pits. And then you see Enzo's lap aborted. He pulled into the pits. So he will start 10th, barring penalties. All right, come on, George. Let's see if you can get it onto the front row. See if you can displace Hamilton.
Tyres are just coming to the window. So, all clear ahead. Good to go.
Tyre looks stable. And drive straight out,
Track has got a little bit wetter.
Let's go.
Might not be much room for improvement here. But I'm hoping the improved confidence will play a decent factor for us here. We've got at least one car on the front row. Oscar can't be beaten. Because if George improves, Oscar will improve. There's no improvement from George in the first. I think the track's a bit too wet now. It's changed the prediction. It was going to go stay about consistent all the way across, and it hasn't done that. It's actually got worse. If I'd known that, I would have gone straight out at the beginning of the session rather than waiting and timing it to be the last cars on track. Again, no improvement for George or Oscar. It's just too wet. That extra 0.2 mil has done all the damage. we go. No improvement. We stay 2nd and 7th, but with, as I say, Ocon and Norris out early, we've got a huge advantage, especially with Alonso out early as well. And Hamilton puts it on pole.
We're back, and the action is set to get even better today as the drivers go racing in the sprint.
The prospect of bagging a few extra points is certainly going to spur these teams on to fight competitively and finish in the top spots.
But the question is, who will be the lone star in the sprint around Texas?
I hadn't even noticed you changed accounts there, Wayne. Too engrossed with what was going on in quali. Right, let's see. We can make some much needed adjustments here. So that should be... Oh, God, we can't. Can we? We've got to do it after the sprint, or we start from the pit lane. It's tempting. It's tempting to start from the pit lane, but we need to maximise as many points today as we can for the constructors. So George will just have to suffer through the sprint. We'll go with 1 extra lap of fuel. I'm going to go with a set of softs. I think, maybe. Yeah, we'll go with the softs. And we'll be really gentle with them. Let's send to the grid for the start of the COTA sprint.
Things are hotting up here in Texas for the sprint. It's lights out and away we go.
No one's starting from the pit lane. So Ocon up to 13th. Norris 17th. Alonso 18th. Leclerc is 10th. It's into the points. Well, no. It's sprint, isn't it? 8th for points.
And
George up to 6th.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what everyone's doing tyre-wise.
Coming.
So everyone's on mediums apart from us. Oh, there was George seizing the opportunity there. Catching Ricciardo napping. Lovely stuff. Want to get the first lap or two out of the way first, and then we'll drop the tyres down even more.
DRS enabled. P1. car behind you is Hamilton. Track 0.7.
Hulkenberg's already dropping off the pace, look. Being Lewis and Yuki at the front.
Overtake is available. Copy.
Zhou makes the move. And Hulkenberg's going to start slipping down the order a lot, I think. We go up the inside.
We think there's still opportunities here.
This is good.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Copy. And introduce more management. Copy.
George goes up the inside of Zhou.
Lovely stuff.
Into turn one, lovely stuff. He is through and going after Yuki now. Gasly back in front of Hamilton.
This is good. Currently P4. Sonoda car ahead. Gap ahead 1.6.
Overtake available. Okay, to push. So Oscar, we can look after this tyre.
Copy.
Overtake available.
Fastest lap for George is completely meaningless
Charge the pack.
in the sprint.
Recharge on. Use overtake.
Recharge on, please.
Copy.
All right, let's see. Ocon is still in 13th place. We have a yellow flag. That's Fittipaldi with a big mistake.
So currently have a yellow.
Drops into the back,
So this
locking
is
up
what
at the
happened.
end of the long
Now
back
we're at
straight.
turn 11 now. And there goes the steering. And they ended up their own passenger.
So that puts Leclerc back up into 10th. 16th and 17th for Alonso and Norris. So the only position they've gained so far is because Fittipaldi cleared the way for them. Ocon still just that one place that he gained off the line. Plus Fittipaldi. And we have a nice 3-second lead to Zhou now. In this breakaway pack. Yuki just losing the DRS to the back of Lewis there. Actually, it was to the back of Oscar.
Sweet.
And that enables George to move on through. Let's make sure he gets onto Hamilton.
Overtake available.
Might let George win the sprint today. Give him some healthy points against Norris.
Tsunoda has DRS.
Because we'll probably have to play favourites for Oscar in the race itself.
So that's currently P3. So go ahead now, Lewis. Head point 2. Car behind Tsunoda. Gap behind 1.2. Happy with temps.
Chasing pack now being headed up by Yuki Tsunoda. No, sorry, by Daniel Ricciardo. And he is 4.5 seconds further back now. Tsunoda's just about hanging on at the moment. Ocon now up into 11th place. Needs 8th to get a point. So it's getting closer. Still no movement from Norris and Alonso.
Yeah, he did get DRS.
Yeah, understood.
Probably going to try and break away from Lewis in a moment. Fittipaldi's tyres falling apart thanks to that lockup. He's probably going to have to box.
Use overtake.
Now let's stretch our legs just a little bit. Alonso's gained a couple of places, got past Sainz and Sargent. Up into 14th now.
Overtake will be available.
Copy.
He has DRS.
Behave up.
Just give us some tyre feedback.
Tyres are good.
Tyres are good.
We're happy with the temps.
Oh, there's the move. We have the DRS as well, or we should do. There we do. So now we can try and get Russell to break away as well.
Awesome job, mate. Next car, Piastri. Gap ahead 2.2.
And this time it's a much easier breakaway. And because George's tyres are good, he is able to close up pretty well on the back of Oscar there.
Okay, recharge on is good. Focus on recharge.
Oscar's still slightly outside the temperature window at the moment, but not by much. Now we can ease his pace off a little bit. Let George get right up into the DRS zone. And we can let the two of them start to work together.
We don't need to take any risks.
All right, problem for Charles.
Be careful with the car.
Quiet, big vibration.
I don't think that's giving him excitation. Look at that, we've opened up a 3-second gap now to Hamilton.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up. Let's introduce a bit more management.
Come on.
Introduce a bit more management. This is Bob from accounting. I'm having one of those silly streams today. I'm a little bit tired and I start acting a little bit strange when I get tired sometimes.
Charge the pack. We must
Let's
increase
cool those
the level
engines
of
down now.
boost. So next car will be Piastri. Gap ahead, 0.9.
And the gap to Hamilton's now 4.5 seconds, so I think we're pretty much secure now in the 1-2. See, Ocon's got up to 10th. He has gone in front of Charles Leclerc. Let's just check in with Esteban. Oh, look at that glut of traffic. He's got to fight his way through. And he needs 2 places, just Stroll and Hulkenberg, to get a point. And obviously, he's going to want more than that. Alonso has slipped back down into 15th. Norris is in 16th. Leclerc not able to hang on to the back of Ocon with that issue that he's having with his car.
So Piastri next car. Point 2.
George moves through into the lead. Here comes Esteban up the inside. Come on, Stroll, if you're going to do Stroll things, now would be the time. Perez has got through up into 11th place now. Leclerc really starting to struggle. Is that an engine issue or a gearbox issue he's having? Gearbox. And at 31%, it's not likely to get any better. My hope is that it doesn't get worse, because then that gearbox will probably get carried over into the race as well. But if it gets worse, if it goes orange, it'll be replaced.
Overtaking is very, very difficult.
There are opportunities ahead.
Eight laps to go, including this one. And we have a nice, comfortable, leisurely stranglehold on the sprint so far. Sitting very comfortably, 5.5, nearly 6 seconds clear of Lewis. Another really bizarre qualifying. I think a third of the grid didn't even go out in Q1, resulting in an early surprise elimination for both Norris and Alonso. Stroll trying to get his elbows out, but I think Ocon might get him here. And does. So Ocon just 1 place away from points now. He tries to hunt his way through. Theoretically, Alonso's good for 5th here. Beyond that, I don't know if he's going to have time.
5.
But he's certainly got the car that's capable of fighting through Hulkenberg, Ricciardo and Joe and Lawson. Ooh, excuse me. We stretched the gap to 6.5 seconds. 139.1 for Lewis. Lost a couple of tenths to Tsunoda there. Yuki could yet find himself challenging for 3rd again. Ocon's having a look. Couldn't quite pull it off. Let's check tyres. Let's see. Everyone's tyres about the same. Fittipaldi did box for new mediums. He's now an absolute eternity behind. 20 seconds behind Gasly now. 19 seconds. He'll start to close that gap down simply because he's got clear air and fresh tyres, but I don't think he'll be quick enough to actually catch the field. Maybe. But if he does, he's only going to be catching the Williams. They're 8 seconds off the back of everybody else right now. Oh, it's been a disastrous year for Williams. I really hope they can pick their fortunes up a little bit next year. Sainz with a fault now.
cannot move. Something is strange.
So it's going to be a look around the outside here. Oh, not quite. Hulkenberg proving to be remarkably stubborn as George tries to go back around and does get back into the lead. We'll let them keep swapping places for now, but we are going to give George the win, I think. Oh, and Hulkenberg is now 1 second out, or he was briefly. So that would have given Ocon a golden opportunity to get up into 8th.
So ahead of you is Lando 0.4.
What are you talking about? It's George, not Lando. Oh, here's an opportunity. Goes up the inside. Can he complete the move up the hill? He's got the better car, but Hulkenberg had the slipstream and holds the position. But he's now at risk of being dropped in the DRS. And he's immediately pushed to close that gap right back up. He had to. Or else he would have been an absolute sitting duck. Tyre wear's fine. Leave the tyres as they are.
Still plenty of opportunities.
Yuki has caught and passed Hamilton. Hamilton now trying to retake the place into the end of this straight, and does. The gap has come down to about 6.5 seconds with them swapping places.
No hop done.
Let's stretch our legs a little bit.
Use overtake.
Perfect. So happy to drop, lift and coast.
Let's dissuade anyone from trying to push onto the back of us. Norris has now got past Charles Leclerc, so his slip down the order continues. Stroll moves past Perez behind Ocon, back into 10th place. And we are just going to briefly turn our attention to Tsunoda and Hamilton. And we have a yellow flag. Who was that for? Enzo, again. Oh my word, he can't stop locking those tyres.
Well, you can see the lockup. By that point, it was just too late.
Let's see if he's still on the grid next year. I am amazed he's lasted this long on the grid, actually, that he made it to season 3. See if he can make season 4. And yeah, Fittipaldi's tyres down to just 50% now. And that is a collision between... Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was a collision, but it's just the faults for Leclerc and Sainz.
Yellow.
It's a spin for Van Dorn. He's had a miserable season as well. He will be being replaced, I believe, next year.
and ultimately just unable to bring the car under control.
Wonder who's going to take that seat. But can you imagine if Stroll goes back to Aston?
Okay, recharge on is good.
Right, there we go. We've got a nice, healthy lead. We'll leave it at that. Hulkenberg has pushed forward and actually got past Daniel Ricciardo. Ocon's still stuck in 9th place, still out of the points right now. Evening, Packins. Nice 1-2 on the cars. Yeah, it's just a sprint for now, but it's 15 points for the team. Red Bull currently not scoring any. It's all dependent on where Ocon finishes as to how many points we'll earn against them. If he gets past Ricciardo, that's a point. Anything higher than that goes up by 1 point for each place. Points make prizes. They do indeed. They also mean more money next year.
Car ahead is Alonso. Alonso 0.9. We think there's still opportunities here.
So 2 laps remaining.
Gap's back up to over 9 seconds now. Hamilton's still squabbling with Tsunoda for 3rd place. Ocon still stuck in this train. We're at the back of this train. AI usually starts to push about now. Let's see, has he got anything in reserve? He hasn't. His tyres have been cooked in the dirty air behind first Hulkenberg, now Ricciardo. I don't know if he's going to have the grip to get through. And if he does, he might not be able to stay ahead. He's certainly pushing. Look, he's all over the back of him, trying to sniff a way through.
The next car is Alonso. There's still opportunities here.
I think Perez has lost his chance. As we start the final lap, Russell's going to hold the lead on this lap because we have given the instruction. Here's a chance for Ocon. Hasn't got the grip to make the move stick, and he's lost some momentum. He has one chance really remaining now, and it's the long back straight.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
Hamilton currently holding off Tsunoda, but there's only half a second between them. Can Yuki make the move at the end of the straight here? He's going to have a look. Leclerc's gearbox goes orange, and that means it will get replaced. That'll be a pit lane start for Charles Leclerc, but he will be much more competitive pace-wise in the feature race, so he'll move through the order fairly well, I think. Ocon still hasn't been able to get past Ricciardo, and he's now almost a second off. Hamilton's going to try and retake the place on the final corner here. Tsunoda just about holds him off, and Tsunoda will take third in the sprint, ahead of Lewis Hamilton. George has won the sprint ahead
George
of
Russell
Oscar.
did so well today. He really deserved that sprint win.
Formation driving across the line there.
And their hard work is rewarded with maximum points.
And Ocon ends up over a second behind at the end. His tyres just gave up. What were they?
That is
28%.
Good job.
Yeah. So no points for Red Bull. 1 point for McLaren, and it was the wrong McLaren. This has been a perfect start to the weekend for us.
Well managed. Good job.
I'm going to jinx myself here, but Friday the 13th,
Engine off, stop. Wait 5 seconds.
bring it on.
0.
And that's a well-deserved sprint win today for George Russell.
And what a well-deserved P1 finish that was. Absolutely outstanding.
So confirmation of the sprint result. It is George in first, Oscar second, Tsunoda takes third ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Fourth, then fifth for Zhou Guanyu, sixth for Liam Lawson, seventh for Hulkenberg, eighth for Ricciardo. Ocon fights up to ninth, but he misses out on any points. Perez gets 10th, then 11th for Lando Norris, 12th for Lance Stroll, 13th for Alonso, 14th for Leclerc, who will have a new gearbox and a pit lane start for the main race. Then 15th, Logan Sargent, 16th for Porsche, 17th for Sainz, who may swap out that part, but may not. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Bottas, 18th, 19th for Stoffel, 20th for Verstappen, 21st for Gasly, Fittipaldi, 22nd and last, and a long way back after two separate big lockups.
Hello and welcome to the much-anticipated qualifying session.
A stable platform while snaking through the high-speed sequence of corners is vital in the early part of a Circuit of the Americas lap. And during qualifying, drivers will want to have good aerodynamic grip and pinpoint accuracy so as to not lose valuable time through those turns.
Charles Leclerc has been a talking point for many of late. Karun, how do you think he's doing so far?
They set a great lap in practice, so you can only imagine how good they're feeling going into qualifying. But the big question is, will they be able to keep this performance up?
Hamilton having a look at Leclerc's car without a nose on it.
Ready to resume.
Right, now we can make some changes to George's car. So let's change that. Let's make that a 3.7. Let's see what else we can tweak. I don't know about that. But it's going to be better than it was, so might go with that. Maybe just dial it back a touch. Choices. I might even go the other way with the toe, push it up a bit more. No, I'm going to go back to a 0. We'll leave it like that. It's good enough, I think. Right. What do we need to do for Oscar just to get him that little tweak? That could go up, that could go down. I think it's probably more likely to go... Oh wait, it's the toe I'm looking at, isn't it? Not the camber. Well, if we assume that the camber's going to have to go up, let's move that accordingly. Let's go like that. And hope that we haven't broken anything else. Don't need to change parts. Tyres. Let's go with a set of... Actually, no. Let's go with the softs. We've got a whole selection of tyres thanks to running only wet weather tyres in sprint quali. So we will go straight with soft tyres.
Sessions should be starting now.
And you can see they're listed in sprint qualification order. That's how everyone qualified in the sprint, position-wise. See if the Ferraris actually come out this time in Q1. Well, Norris is coming out. That's an improvement on SQ1, where he stayed in the garage the whole session. Fittipaldi's on the track, so is Sargent, Gasly and Valtteri Bottas. A few more cars coming out now. One of the Astons, that's Hulkenberg, is out on the track, as is Perez. Now Porsche making his way out.
Yeah, good to go.
Sargent making his way out. Sargent's already on the track. Oh, we get blocked. Ah, damn it.
Yeah, we saw that.
Let's see how much time he lost. .8 of a second. Jeez. Ridiculous. No such problems for Russell. And someone's gone quicker than us. Not sure who it is. Fittipaldi. And so Fittipaldi went purple in the first sector. Where did that come from? We have to see if he's running a new engine or something, because even so, Oscar does a 133.7. Russell goes quicker.
Get a delta negative.
7/10 quicker. That's the first sector for you. Norris now fastest in the first sector. Gasly goes to P3. Fittipaldi rounding the final corner. He goes P2. He's only 3.5 tenths off of George's time. That's a pretty damn impressive lap. Let's have a look at the state of his car. It's not even running new parts, look. fact, he's going to have ERS problems at some point in the Grand Prix, I think. Curiously fast there. Or we're just slow. Could be either. Norris has gone 0.3 quicker than Russell has. So Oscar way off the pace right now. We'll send them both out again on the same tyres. Russell might be compromised by Lawson here. He's gone purple in the first sector though. Well, he had. Tsunoda's taken it from us. Quicker than Oscar as well. Traffic in the worst place when we're trying to go through side by side here. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is a horrible end to the lap for George. Oh my God. No point finishing the lap. It's a disaster.
Stopping your marks and switch off.
Can Oscar find some improvement here? As Yuki goes P2. And now Oscar goes P2.
We are P2.
100th faster than Tsunoda. Yuki's got pace this weekend. I was running a new engine and a relatively new gearbox as well, and his ERS is in excellent shape. So yeah, no surprising his car's doing quite well right now. Ocon goes top with a 1:32.6. Alonso has yet to set a time. Is he on track? No, he has just crossed the line. Where is he? All the way down in 15th. He is not safe. Hamilton currently in P14 on an in-lap. They will have time for another attempt. Evening, Victor. We are going to stay in the garage now. We are through. And we got a red flag. That's Valtteri and Verstappen. Oh, come on. I know Valtteri was on an in-lap, and that was a flying lap from Max, but, I mean, that was just stupid from Verstappen. Valtteri shouldn't have been there, but by the same token, Max shouldn't have clobbered into him like that. That was, yeah, messy from both. I wonder if that'll be a penalty. That's got to be a penalty for Verstappen, surely. So everyone piles out. Max gets a 3-place penalty. So where is Alonso? There's Alonso. There's Hamilton. So Hamilton's at the head of the second group of cars. He'll have clear air. Alonso has a little bit of a gap to the back of one of the McLarens. Which one is he? He's sandwiched between the two. Behind Ricciardo, who is currently in P9. Let's see if anyone improves. Hamilton has not improved. Alonso has. Not many people are improving, actually. Leclerc jumps up to 10th. Hamilton stays in 16th. He's now out. Alonso improves. Zhou improves as well to 17th. Hamilton out in 18th. And we still have a penalty for Fernando to be applied at the end of qualifying. That's 3 places. Penalty for Valtteri, that was for a new part. Max, I think that was just for the collision. Oh, we made Oscar's car worse. Oh, man, we made it quite a bit worse. Let's see what we can recover with that. I should have left it alone. We have improved George's car. I don't think I can actually make that any better. Well, I might gain on the front wing. I'll just lose elsewhere. So we'll leave George as is at 97. And you can see Oscar's stats are still excellent, even with a 91 setup. So a bank of time in just to get some opening confidence. See if we get held up in the first sector again. Not this time. Brief yellow flag with a lockup for Checo.
Let's have a look at that. Now this is Sergio Perez. Well, things are okay at this stage. Oh, and the car locks up.
I think that was his flying lap as well.
Look after the fuel on the in lap.
1:33.5. Nearly half a second slower for George.
If we can just get that delta negative.
Yeah, Perez was on his flying lap.
And we will box end of this lap.
Copy.
Just going to go with one lap. Only 4 places to be decided in this one because Valtteri and Max are already out, having made it through, but with destroyed cars. So there's only 4 elimination slots to fill. Another mistake for Enzo. He's just making mistakes all over the place this weekend. And there's Stroll doing Stroll things.
And we want to generate some temperature for this outlap.
Oh, one thing they have fixed, which we should see in the Grand Prix, is cars doing 150 miles an hour sweeping through turn 1 when they come out the pits. So no sudden 2.5 second gap opening up just for going through turn 1 when you come out of the pits. Or at least supposedly it's been fixed. We'll find out for definite when we make our first pit stop, or we watch someone else make a stop.
Let's go.
You got a good gap ahead.
All right, flying lap time.
Good to go.
Which Red Bull are we shadowing? It's Ocon. Don't think we're quite close enough to catch him for the slipstream on the back straight, but George will get a nice tow here from the back of Oscar, and he kind of needs it at the moment. Half a second slower, in danger of being eliminated. Oscar himself is not really safe at the moment. Both of them have improved in that first sector, which they should absolutely be doing considering they're on brand new tyres. Ricardo goes P5. Still haven't gone purple yet anywhere. It's a little bit of a worry. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, the sprint turned out to be quite comfortable for us. It usually is in a sprint race, less so in the main race. So Oscar goes P1, just ahead of Ocon. Russell improves up to P4. That is us through, or it should be through. Enzo is definitely out. Let's wait and see who joins him. Porsche improves to 7th. That knocks out Nico Hulkenberg. Alonso now in danger. And Perez or Stroll improve. Stroll improves his time, but not his position. He stays P13. What can Perez do? He goes P11. He just misses out on P10. Alonso is safe. So no major surprises in Q2. But we did lose Hamilton in Q1. Both McLarens, both Red Bulls have made it through. Although Alonso does have that penalty still looming over him. We did not improve the car with that little tweak. We don't need to make anything drastic, though. I mean, look at his stats. It's still 196 and overtaking as baseline confidence. So, yeah, he's fine. It's just kind of an ego thing now to try and get the hundreds. Now that we have the boost from our rookies, from our development team.
Okay, that's green light.
whiz through the warm-up lap. Right, up into turn 1. Ocon just leaving the pits now, and so is Leclerc. Russell quicker than Oscar in the first sector. So 133.3, not bad for our opening gambit. 0.062 seconds, 62,000 slower for Oscar Piastri. Got 3.5 tenths on Théo Pourchaire. Norris goes top, Ricciardo P4. Ocon still halfway round on the lap. Here comes Alonso. He goes P4. 10th slower than Oscar. Oh, what can Ocon do?
Stop any marks and switch off.
Oscar pit lane. Remember the pit lane speed limiter. Pit lane speed limiter. Attack the
Oh, he gets held up a little bit there by Sainz. He goes P5. Oh, it's Pourchaire, not Sainz. My apologies, Carlos. Right. New tyres. 1 flying lap. It's the same tyres. Numpty. There we go. That's new tyres. Got a whole gamut of tyres to choose from when we get to the race. We've got, what, 3 sets of mediums, 2 sets of hards. We're going to have 2 sets of softs, plus a set that's only done 1 run. So they'll be at, what, 90, 88%, something like that. So we'll have all manner of strategies open to us. And the only car still in the garage is Charles Leclerc. Everyone else on track now. Ocon's coming out behind us. There is Leclerc leaving.
We'll focus on the brakes a bit.
Yeah, Roger.
And we have a yellow flag. That is one of the McLarens.
Yep.
Let's see what happened there. Now this, I think, was at turn 13. And the car fails to respond. They were just unable to do much about it.
Luckily for him, it was on his warm-up, but it will have taken a little bit of extra life out of those tyres, an extra sort of 4% or so, and it will have dipped his confidence slightly. Now, Yuki has been pretty quick this weekend. Let's see what he can achieve here. He'll be the first to set his second lap time here. Might have been held up by Leclerc earlier in the lap. I'm not sure. Is he improving? Let's have a look. No, he's not. He is not improving.
Good gap in front. Let's go.
Norris Ricciardo,
Clear ahead.
not that surprised by that.
Good
Porsche
go.
has improved in the first sector. There has to be something really special here in the final sector for Yuki to improve. He finds an improvement in his sector time, but not his overall position. Alonso has improved as well. So has Sainz. Oscar's gone slightly quicker in the first. George goes purple. Norris is not improving. Alonso also up in the middle. And so is Sainz. Porsche crosses the line. It goes P2. All right, next up is going to be Norris, I think. It is, with Alonso right behind him. Norris does not improve enough. Alonso has gone top. Sainz goes up to third. Here comes Oscar. He goes top. Now George goes top. What about Ocon? Ocon's only good enough for P4. Last person to cross the line will be Charles Leclerc. Can he deny us a front row lockout? He can! Leclerc takes pole at the death. Ah, damn you, Charles. But Charles may be starting from the pit lane. So we may still yet have that front row lockout. So he had to change that gearbox, didn't he? Yeah, look at that, brand new gearbox. So, yeah, Leclerc's probably starting from the pits, which means it's a 1-2 in qualifying for us. Alonso and Ocon will be third and fourth, but no, Alonso has a 3-place penalty. So Alonso will be promoted to third, then down to sixth. So it'll be Ocon in third, then Norris, then Sainz, then Alonso. It's going to get complicated. Let's get prepped for strategy.
We're not far off now here in Austin as the drivers ready themselves for this 56-lap race.
The Circuit of the Americas is definitely a track that rewards bravery on the brakes, just like when Lewis Hamilton passed Sebastian Vettel unbelievably late here to take the win in 2012.
The Circuit of the Americas has it all. Twists and turns, steep climbs, fast corners, and a power-hungry Sector 2. Quite a headache to balance, even if teams will be looking at maximising downforce overall. The teams are making their final preparations down in the pit lane, ahead of today's race.
All right, let's have a look at our options. We have many. So that is 2 seconds quicker, but with a bit of refinement, we could improve that one, no end. That just seems pointless to box that early. What about if we were to try and stretch like that? That works. Does mean we have to be careful with those softs. Let's come back to this. Let's see what a second push to the hards does. It's actually slower than a set of regular mediums by a couple of seconds. But we'll have more flexibility on the tyres. What about going for a set of softs and then going hard? Go something like that. What about hard, soft to hard to soft? Got a whole range of choices. I think we'll play it safe. We'll just go with that, and we'll keep the softs in reserve. Or maybe if we do that, we'll go with that, I think. Curious what the 3-stop looks like. Oh. That's quicker than everything. That's a pretty compelling case. We can be aggressive, but we can also not have to worry about tyre wear as well. Let's go with that. Let's take a couple of laps of fuel out, because we'll probably get a safety car at some point, even if it's just a VSC. And let's go with that. We are starting second and third, so Leclerc is not taking a pit lane start for that, unless it's about to be applied. They really need to give us a proper amended grid order at the end of qualifying, with penalties and pit lane starts taken into account.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tight.
Yeah, he's still on pole, look.
And here's George Russell settling in for the race.
They're in second place on the grid.
I thought a change of gearbox would have been a pit lane start, even if he had a spare one.
Right, let's get to it then. Sit tight and get ready. It's the United States Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Good start from Oscar. Very good start from Oscar. Ran out of room to move forward, unfortunately. Leclerc is bolting, look. He's going for it. What's he doing for tyres? Norris, the only car on soft tyres. Everybody else starting on the mediums. And Leclerc is absolutely thrashing those tyres. Trying to open up the gap. And here comes Lando on those softs. Well, we are going to try and shut that down as quick as we can. Really don't like burning the battery this early on the opening lap, but I think we need to. Let's see. We've got Hamilton down as 16th, Ricciardo 9th, Alonso 8th. Both Mercedes starting quite well, 6th and 7th. Ocon's 5th behind Norris.
DRS enabled, DRS.
And there's a yellow flag against Ricciardo.
P2. Car ahead is Leclerc. 1.0.
That's dropped into the back of the order.
The straights here. Struggling with the car.
His confidence
now
is shot.
Did leave it very late.
Absolutely shot. Been an absolutely disastrous season for Daniel Ricciardo after such a strong season with us. And I hadn't initially intended to replace him as early as I did. Yeah, it's just George was available in free agency, and I, made an offer which I wasn't entirely convinced would be accepted, and it was, and that was it. Bye-bye, Ricciardo. I had planned to keep Ricciardo for this year as well, run an all-Australian lineup. As Ocon makes the move on Norris, or does he? Norris on those softs will have a little bit more grip and is able to hang on for now. But Ocon's still alongside, and I think he's going to take the position away. Unless Norris gets a really good launch, he does. And what this has done is given Ocon the DRS to immediately have another attack on Norris. As we go up the inside of Charles Leclerc, we are through. We also have DRS with George, and it'll be a 1-2 for us.
Nice.
As we come out of turn 1. Or it should be. There we go, and George gets his elbows out and runs Leclerc wide. And Ocon has held off Norris.
Nice job. That's currently P2. Next guard, Piastri.
Civ 7 looks exciting. I really enjoyed Civ 5 when I played that on a PC, 14 years ago? 12, 14 years ago, something like that. Civ Revolution on the PS3 was alright. I never played Civ 6. I just felt a bit half-baked compared to Civ 5, when I played the PS3 game, and I just think that, tainted my decision about Civ 6.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Okay.
Pack is low.
Yep, fine. We need to be sensible, okay? Copy.
Oh, we'll let R2 try and scamper off a little bit here. Hopefully Leclerc will act as a bit of a roadblock to Ocon and Norris. Being quick enough to hold them back without necessarily being quick enough to catch us. It looks like Ocon is going to punch his way through. And does. Ricciardo nearly 5 seconds off the back of the pack now. And his tyres are in really bad shape already. 69% thanks to that lockup. And an early problem for Valtteri.
I lost the gears 6.
Tyre management, everything's good.
Yeah, okay.
So far things are going according to plan. Going to wait for as long as I can. Wait till at least sort of half distance before I start thinking about fuel saving. Try and get towards the end of that first, well, maybe halfway through the soft stint. Get to about maybe lap 25 and then we'll start thinking about doing some fuel saving. Assuming we haven't had a VSC by then. As we've opened the gap up to about 2 seconds. It's not a big gap by any stretch of the imagination. There's something that could easily be closed down with a very, very quick lap from a car chasing us. So Ocon goes through again. He looks like he might be trying to hunt us down a bit. Got the gap down to 2 seconds, and he's broken the DRS to Leclerc just. Which means Leclerc's going to be vulnerable to Norris. We want Norris to spend as much time in the dirty air as possible. We don't want him leading this chasing pack. He's in the dirty air. His tyres are going to overheat. They're going to be wearing out a lot quicker. He's going to have to box sooner, and that might affect his strategy for the rest of the race. Or certainly his ability to push. I don't want to think about trying to harvest battery yet. As Norris does move through. We have a yellow flag. Sargent, I think. Yep, lock up for Logan.
So let's take a look at the replay. Now this was on the straight. The wheels just lock up there.
And how many times have we said that this season? A lock up for Logan.
Too late.
It's going a fair bit quicker than Ricciardo did, but that's only because there were less cars waiting to go through. Dropped him to 21st. Hamilton's still down in P14. It's not doing Ferrari any favours at the moment. And it looks like Leclerc has lost the DRS to Ocon again, which means Alonso now could find his way through. That's not so good for us either. We want the RBs, or the Red Bulls, struggling, if at all possible. Norris has broken away from Ocon and is hunting us down on those softs. And Charles Leclerc is able to shut down Lando. Meanwhile, as we switch our attention to Lando. Ocon's closed back up. And now Norris has responded. Breaks away from Ocon, gets onto Russell, and now I'm going to have to think about maybe doing a little bit of harvesting. Tyres are good, as George would say. Very least, let's turn on the battle assist just to keep Norris at bay. Pit window opens up next lap.
he did get DRS. It's not going to be long now, mate.
So far, we've kept Norris behind us without too much of a concern, and Ocon hasn't been able to get back onto us, but now he and Alonso are working together. They might start to catch the back of Norris, and if they do, that's immediately going to turn this into a 5-car train. Red Bull's going to be boxing around the same kind of time as us as well. Ocon might go a little bit longer.
Charge the pack.
We're getting close to pit stops, so I need to start getting some extra battery back in the cars in preparation for that.
And when you can, feedback on
And we have opened the door for Lando, and he's taken a step through. His tyres are still really good as well.
Ocon car behind.
And Ocon's joined the queue, and Alonso isn't too far off it. Oh well. We kept him away from us for a while, but I think it was inevitable that he was going to catch us. It's left Alonso in the lurch slightly, but he has a nice little gap to Leclerc right now.
P3. So Norris is the next car. That gap ahead, 0.8. Ocon behind you. Gap behind, 0.6.
Norris has dropped me. That's not good.
Ocon has DRS. So let's start closing up that gap.
Reminder for the recharge button.
Copy.
He has DRS.
Yep. Copy. Copy.
Focus on recharge.
Yep. Copy.
Oscar, how's this tyre doing?
Front left struggling a bit.
Norris definitely has a better run through that first sector than us, but we might have got the DRS back. We did, just.
I recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Yeah, copy.
We can have recharge on now.
Yep.
Let's attack.
The box a lap early with George.
Box.
Try and get an undercut on Ocon and Alonso. Get him out into, well, I say clear air. There's still a big old group of traffic coming through. But, see if we can pull out some time to Norris and Ocon and Alonso before they stop. 2.29. It's not bad, but it's just not quick enough. Look at all this traffic coming through. These a couple of cars are boxed behind us. Sainz, Hamilton and Lawson. Sorry, Sainz, Hamilton and Van Dorn all coming in. And we will get out just in front of Lawson.
Currently P13. So car ahead is Stroll. Ahead 3.1. Gap 3.2.
May have left Oscar in harvest a bit too long there. Oh, just got away with it. So Ocon's looking after his tyres a lot more than we have. Norris has still got a few laps left in his, on paper. He starts pushing. That'll reduce his tyre life cycle a lot faster. In comes Oscar. So 2.3 again, clean, but not that quick. It's an average stop now, 2.3. Speaks volumes about how well we've trained our crew, that we can be disappointed with a 2.3 and a 2.2.
So we are now P9.
And both of our drivers have got a little bit of clear air. Let's see what they can achieve. Of the cars in front, Leclerc will probably be the next to box. It may even be this lap, but it might be another one before he boxes. Hamilton switched to softs. Sainz switched to hards. Everyone else has gone for another set of mediums.
We're good on tyre temps here.
Copy.
Use overtake.
Yep.
And overtake is available.
Okay.
Leclerc is going to go another lap. They'll have to box at the end of this one, I think.
Yep.
And start catching up on the cars in front.
Take any risks.
Yep.
Confidence is starting to drift down again. It's less of an issue for Oscar, but it's a bit more of an issue for George. But more importantly, every time we're overtaking a car, it should theoretically hurt the confidence of the driver we're overtaking. So it could slow down the opposition. we can overtake a couple of them a little bit before they stop. How has Alonso dropped so far behind? 9.5 seconds off the front two. I know they've been swapping places and he's been isolated, but even so, that is a big gap that's opened up. We put the moves to Zhou Guanyu. And in they come. Good stop for McLaren. Decent stop for Red Bull. In comes the Ferrari. Good stop for them. There goes Oscar. George still a little further behind. And they see no super slingshot around the turn for Ocon, or Norris for that matter. So we got back in front of Ocon. Oscar managed to get out in front of Norris. George didn't. He lost a little bit of time, stuck behind Zhou. Now the pair of us are stuck behind Porsche.
Lovely stuff.
Oscar gets past Fittipaldi.
Okay, ahead of you is Sonoda.
Who's about to box. Hopefully he won't give Lando DRS. There's a 2-second gap, so he shouldn't do.
Sonoda also pitted.
Yuki's in.
You got fastest lap.
So 138.8, the new fastest lap for Oscar Piastri, 4 seconds behind Alonso. His pace really fell away the second he dropped off the train, didn't it? He's almost an entire pit stop behind us now. Hamilton gets ahead of a teammate Leclerc, but only just. There's almost a set of softs, and they're already down to 60-odd%, so he's not going to be out for too much longer before he has to stop again. And I wasn't paying attention. George just dropped off the back of Norris there. Damn it. It's left us vulnerable to Ocon, who just battery deploys straight past us there. We'll try and stay with him.
Keep your head down.
He's already gone. All right, we're going to have to use our battery to keep up with him.
Gap 4.5.
Norris has almost caught us.
Push and hold it, overtake.
Yeah, copy, all good.
Our drivers are no longer together on tracks. There's no point putting them in low. And Alonso dives into the pits. Just 1.5 seconds ahead at the end there. Problem for Sainz again.
There! Oh, dear.
New fastest lap now for Esteban Ocon. 1:37.2. That's considerably quicker than we went.
There are opportunities ahead. Ocon is behind. Gap is 1.7.
Overtake available.
Copy.
The pace we had in the sprint isn't here because tyre strategy is different here.
Understood.
Ocon has DRS.
Recharge on.
Copy.
See, Norris is just trying to stretch away from us every time we get close to a DRS zone. Hang on for this one. Russell is falling further behind. Joe boxes. Fifth and sixth for the two Ferraris. And a set of hard tyres going on for Guan Yu Zhou.
And we're happy with that level of management.
Yeah, copy. Overtaking is very, very difficult.
Still plenty of opportunities.
Could yet still convert this to a medium hard.
Time management looks okay.
So we're not locked into going softs. Not yet. The two Ferraris bickering again. That's just allowing Sonoda to have a sniff. Getting the pair of them. Hamilton's tyres already down to just 48%. He's going to have to box again very soon. Another few laps. And outside the DRS, George just does not have the pace to keep up with the front three. And the only reason Oscar is because he's just about hanging on to the DRS. If he loses that and we can't get him back in it, Norris will disappear. And then Ocon will get us. And again, it'll be hanging on until we get dropped by Ocon, and then those two will probably scamper off and leave us.
Has DRS.
They are probably going to go onto a set of hards at the end, though. So we will potentially have that soft to hard advantage. But we tried that in Singapore, and that didn't work out for us. Different circumstances, different track. But could potentially be the same result.
Currently P1.
It's a little bit easier to overtake on this circuit.
P1. Car behind is Lando.
Ooh, excuse me.
0.4.
George is now 5 seconds off the back.
I'm done.
Car behind is Ocon.
Oscar, how's the tyre doing now? Still stable?
Feel okay so far.
It's a bit of a shame we won't get a version of this game with the 2026 regulations. When DRS goes away and active aero comes in, I mean, I imagine that would have been a nightmare to try and code. Not really knowing how it would work until the cars are actually running. And there we go, Ocon has got through because we got dropped by Norris. Now we have to try and hang on to the back of Ocon. And put some battery in the car while we can.
Recharge on. Yep.
So far our tyre gambit hasn't really paid off.
Recharge on.
Copy.
I'm hopeful fortunes will change in the second half of this race. Lap 28 will be half distance. We need to start thinking about doing a little bit of fuel saving around lap 25 onwards. I'm going to start that with George now, I think. Might as well. He's just in no man's land right now, so we may as well get his fuel saving done there. See if we can maybe get some fuel saving done while we're shadowing Ocon. But we've got to make sure we don't get dropped.
Lift off end of straight.
Yep. Copy.
It'll also help control Oscar's engine temps, which are a little high because he's in that dirty air. And there is Lewis making his stop. Number 2. Also in 7th place, closing in on the back of Charles Leclerc. Mediums for Lewis. So he's gone, what, medium, soft, back to mediums. And we have a yellow flag, and that is Sargent in the wall and a VSC. So that has worked out quite nicely. And now we have a choice. Because I think we have another set of mediums available. We do. Should have another set for George, I think. Yeah, I do. Just won't show it to me for whatever reason.
Not entirely sure what happened, but it seems like it was Logan Sargent.
That's come at not the best time for Hamilton. If that had happened just a lap later, Hamilton would have had a fantastic opportunity to get off those softs and onto a new set of mediums. He maybe saved a second or so, but not much.
Is he alright?
His stop was pretty much already done.
There's a lot of debris.
And we can now get our fuel situation sorted out.
Currently P4. So next car will be Piastri. Gap 9.5. We've got Sonoda, car behind.
I imagine Van Dorn's going to take advantage of this. If I were in charge of Stroll and Ricciardo, I'd be boxing those two as well.
Oscar, pit that.
Don't think anyone else will stop apart from those two. Well, those three. And even then, they might not stop at all. Oh, bad stop. Come on. Any time he would have saved has been lost.
Sorry for that.
That's better. 2.1. What actually was the problem? See a replay. Front right. Piastri gets out, still in third place.
Car ahead is Ocon.
George drops down to 8th. Strategy should catch up
Is good.
Copy.
when we cross the line.
Let's just manage these tyres.
Copy.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
Copy.
Van Dorn didn't box. He should have done. Will he box this time around? Will the VSC end just as he's about to pull into the pit lane? Won't even get that far.
Virtual safety car ending. Copy.
So we DRS this lap.
Recharge off.
Copy.
So happy to drop lift and coast.
Copy.
Charge the pack.
Alright, copy that.
Another yellow flag already.
Overtake available.
Is that Stoffel? It is.
Yellow's ahead.
Copy.
Now
He's
we
locked
can
up,
see what
and
happened.
with his tyres as
Now
they
we
were,
see
he's
this
lucky
was
he
at
didn't
turn
puncture
15.
going over the curbs.
That won't help their chances, and they'll find themselves at a
Well,
disadvantage.
he may yet
if they keep
puncture
on doing
coming
that.
back on the track. They're at 23%. Now he's going to have to box.
Keep your head down. So just keep an eye on those behind. Gap behind 2.8.
Well, he does. We've lost a place to Fittipaldi. Another yellow flag. That's Hamilton.
Possible debris.
It's his own fault, I think. Didn't leave enough space. I wonder if he'll get the penalty for that. Or will it be a racing incident?
We have overtake available.
Coming.
No penalties given. George's strategy still hasn't caught up. It's so weird. I wish it wouldn't do that. I should have just not programmed in that set of tyres. It's too late now. So engine temps are good. Fuel load is a hell of a lot healthier than it was just a couple of laps ago. Now it's time to start stretching our legs a little bit as Leclerc gets past Tsunoda up into 4th place. We need to start closing in on Ocon and Norris, pulling away from the cars behind. Need to get Russell up a couple of places now quickly as well. Tyres getting close to the window. There we go.
Copy.
Just show me what you've got.
Copy.
Easy as you like there. Getting past Jacko.
Good job. We are currently P8. Gap 2.3.
Another yellow flag. Who's it for?
There are yellow flags on the main straight.
Ricardo with a spin. Another miserable weekend continues.
Recharge button on.
Copy.
And Ricardo's into the pit lane now for a new set of tyres. Fittipaldi is showing some pace right now. Got past Hulkenberg and Perez, and us for that matter, and now he's past Alonso. Although Alonso goes back through with the DRS there.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Copy.
Slice's issue escalates. It's an orange fault now.
I cannot move. Something is strange.
That's his engine. That's not good. He's in clean air, which will help. If he gets stuck in dirty air for an extended period, that could hook that engine. Took another second out of Norris on that last lap. .17 seconds behind him now.
Overtake is available.
Let's try and jump the pair of them here. Well, maybe even Leclerc as well if we're really lucky. Go past Fittipaldi. Alonso's too far ahead with DRS and a slipstream. Enzo doesn't want to give up the place, does he? But we should force that through. There we go. Joe goes past Sainz, and Sainz is struggling.
Overtake is available. He has DRS.
Yeah, man.
Piastri showing some decent pace right now, 139.3. Took another second out of Norris. Nearly 2 seconds out of Ocon. Sainz now down to 16th. He's dropping like a stone right now. Surely it's going to be only a matter of time now before he has to retire the car. Thought for a moment that was a puff of smoke. It was just sparks from the skid plate underneath. Look how slow he is though coming out of that corner.
That was a nice move.
He lost half a second to Bottas there, just coming out of that corner.
Next car
We get past Charles. Alonso's next. .2 seconds out of Norris. 1.5 out of Ocon.
Alonso just ahead of yourself. So gap ahead, 0.4.
Valtteri's into the pits.
Alonso. Gap 0.6.
And we are still eating up over a second a lap to the leaders. Excellent. What we need to see.
So that is P6 currently.
We do need to get past Alonso soon, because we are losing some time, even if we are harvesting battery. Also pushing our engine temp up a little bit.
He's 2.5 seconds behind.
We'll try and sprint our way through on the back straight. Let's see if we can get him on the run into the back straight.
Overtake available.
And then try and get Yuki at the same time.
Alonso car ahead. Gap ahead, 0.4.
And we go straight through on Fernando. Don't think we'll get Tsunoda here, but we'll certainly get close to him.
Tyre feedback.
A lot more pace in these tyres.
And we'll get to the main straight and then we'll sprint past Tsunoda on the start-finish straight. Less than 9 seconds to rock on now. Very much out of sync tyre-wise, as you can see.
Overtake will be available.
Through goes George.
Next car is Tsunoda.
That's him into peak confidence. Oscar's going to be probably at default. Yep. But his default is still pretty damn good. Anything that's not at 100 is his overtaking. And we are clear of Tsunoda. No real fights of any note anywhere on the grid right now. Sainz all the way down to 21st place. What's his pace like? I think he's just stopped. He has. He's put soft tyres on. Keep an eye on whether that gap starts to come down. A reminder for you, I will be on the Porsche save file on Twitch tomorrow. Hope to see you stop by for the next round there. I think we go to Singapore, if memory serves. Or, no, Baku, I think. Or did we just do did we just do Singapore? I can't remember what we did.
Charge the pack.
But we're getting towards the end of season 2, so please do feel free to stop by and say hello. We'll be streaming from 4 PM. Might just do one race tomorrow. Get the feeling I'm doing a lot of hell diving this weekend. Seeing as one of my main teammates will be back from Bahrain. I'm itching to play. Oh, yellow flag. Someone's had a big oopsie. It's Teo.
Yellow, yellow.
Copy.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Everything's all right here. Whoa, and there it goes. And there'll be words had after this, I'm sure.
And he finally gets back onto the track and underway again. Leclerc is boxed. So that means other teams will start to box their drivers soon as well. Hard tyres for Charles. That should take him to the end. Ocon has got this lap and maybe one more before he boxes. Norris another lap on top of that, maybe 2 laps. Perez should probably box at the end of this lap. See, Hamilton's getting ready to box again soon. Lawson will be stopping soon as well. And behind us, Tsunoda and Alonso not too far away from their stops as well. Let's cut back to Oscar. I haven't seen him for a while. Valtteri's fault has escalated up to orange as well now. I missed that one.
Any feedback on these tyres?
Tyre feels okay.
Yeah, his gearbox getting a bit dodgy, and that's Ocon in a lap earlier than I thought. So, hard tyres go to the end. Decent stop. George will go through, but not by a lot. There goes Tsunoda. Here comes Alonso. As Perez is in. And Alonso chops across the front of his teammate there. And Fittipaldi sets the fastest lap. So 8.5 seconds to Lando Norris, and we are hunting him down at about 1.4 seconds a lap at the moment. It's only going to be another lap or so till he boxes, down to 36%. He may well box this lap. Ocon is not as far behind us as I would have liked. He's only, 7.2 seconds behind us, or behind George. So about 14.5, 15 seconds behind Piastri. Actually, no, less than that. He's closed right in on Tsunoda. He's about 13.5 seconds behind. Hamilton's in. Having a change of wing, and there's that weird tyre glitch again. Look, whenever we have a change of wing, in comes Teo. Mediums to take him to the end. That was a good stop. Decent stop for Lawson as well, I think. He's going to hold position over Teo. Site's really struggling with that pace. I do wonder if his engine is going to go bye-bye. Let me check the temperatures of his engine. 102. It's not too bad. It's not really overheating. And Norris is in. So, what kind of stop is he going to have? Is this going to be hard tyres, or is he going to take a set of mediums to the end? He's going mediums. That's good and bad for us. Good because those tyres won't wear as slowly as the hards, but they are a quicker compound, so they'll have more immediate pace, but it should drop off a little bit sooner. And there is Ocon right behind him once again. Those two are going to do battle. They're 5 seconds behind George. So, got about a 12-second lead to Oscar. But that's going to come down very quickly now that they're onto a fresh set of tyres. We're going to have to do this ourselves when we go onto softs. We're going to have to hunt them down. But we should have quite a lot of pace, and we should be able to comfortably take the fastest lap as well. Still need to do a little bit more fuel saving. Let's get that out of the way now.
So we need to introduce more lift and coast
before we get caught. Because a pair of them are going to be pushing very hard. They're going to fly up to the back of Russell. In fact, they're only 2.5 seconds behind him already. Pit lap, or pit window opens up next lap for Oscar and for George. Do the VSC in about 3 laps time. Hint, hint. If you're listening, game. Oh God, they're on. They're on George already. Look, that did not take long at all.
Overtake is available.
Covering.
And we're going to be powerless to stop Russell dropping down at least one place here. Norris on fire, pushing like crazy. You mean Stroll is the car back? Jesus, Tom, what the hell are you smoking?
Too much time.
Can I have some? Stroll's in 9th. I suppose technically is a car behind, but there we go, new fastest lap. It's a 1:35.888.
So happy to drop lift and coast.
Covering.
Tsunoda and Alonso both in. An okay stop for Tsunoda. Slightly better, I think, for Alonso. They will both get out in front of Perez. There he is. And now Ocon's going to make his move. And does.
Oscar suggests reduce a bit lift and coast.
Copy.
The 1-2 definitely going to be trickier than the sprint. But our targets are going to be easily achieved, 7th and 10th.
Need to push.
So happy to push now.
We have enough of a gap to get Oscar out into P4 ahead of Fittipaldi. George doesn't have quite enough, I don't think. It'll be close between Fittipaldi and Leclerc. We might come out between the two of them. We might come out just behind Charles. Charles is going quicker than we are at the moment.
Time management all good so far.
That's Ricciardo and Van Dorn in the pits again. Norris has to get down to 3 seconds. Has anyone been lapped yet? Not yet.
That's currently P1.
Car behind is Lando.
Stroll boxes. Hard tyres. They're only going to do 16 laps. See what Valtteri goes with. Hard tyres for him as well. So they're obviously going to push those. Sainz has been overtaken by Ricciardo. And the gap just now 1.5 seconds. We've got one more lap to do before we box.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Got the battery just about full. And we have another set of softs in case we get a safety car.
Copy, box.
Box, box.
Yeah, stop.
Use overtake.
Copy.
Fittipaldi boxes. That removes one of the cars that we were going to have to contend with. But we will have Leclerc still inside George's pit window. And Hulkenberg and Sonoda. And
Lando will get DRS.
should hopefully get out in front of Alonso. AI is going to force us to lift in a minute and give up the position anyway, I think. Oh no, maybe not. We actually held him off.
Oscar pit lane.
Excellent. That will have slowed down Norris just a touch.
Let's go flat out.
Yeah.
Right, we need a good, clean stop. Hopefully a quick one as well. Oh yeah, there we go. 2.0. Lovely. Can we do the same with George? No. It's not bad though. It's clean. 2.4. Slow, but clean. So, how far behind are we?
P3. Car ahead is
20 seconds off of Norris. And we have come out behind Leclerc, but just, and I do mean just ahead of Tsunoda. Whew, that's tight.
14 laps to go at the end of this one.
Currently P5.
All right, we'll go for a fastest lap attempt
Gap ahead
at the end of this lap.
6. Got Tsunoda behind. Gap 0.3. And overtake is available.
Copy.
Tsunoda has DRS.
So we have a compound advantage and a wear advantage, but these tyres will degrade pretty quickly. So we can't really push them for very long.
Got Hulkenberg just coming up behind.
Let's have maximum pace this lap.
Copy.
Just stay
I
close.
think we're looking at P4 for George.
Overtake available.
Yeah, copy.
Maybe P3 if we're lucky. I like to think we can still win this with Oscar.
Nice one.
Nice job. You are P5.
And George gets into peak confidence at just the right time. 135.1 is a benchmark to beat.
Look good. Next car's Piastri.
Tyre temperatures are in a good window, well done.
Copy.
Purple medal. Will George go quicker? No. He will not. So 135.1 the target. Let's see what Oscar can do.
That's a good lap. Good lap.
And 133.9. That is pretty, conclusive.
Suggest increased LICO.
Copy.
Now George does go quicker. 133.8.
So you are purple.
Copy.
Let's get into the tyre cooling, please.
Copy.
So how much quicker were we than the front runners? We took 4.3 seconds out of Norris and Ocon. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Russell is 22 seconds away from Ocon, which is why I think P3 might be just a bit of a stretch. And Sainz is about to get lapped.
Recharge on.
Copy.
Let's see what kind of pace we've got on a non-push lap with our tyres in this pace setting. We may have to turn them up, but I'm hopeful we can stay like this for a little while. We're already 6 seconds clear. We have a crash. Saved by the yellow flags.
Take care for any debris on.
Oh, it's Teo. And that's Joe, because Sargent's already out. Oh, bit Larry.
And while all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
Yeah, 6 seconds clear of Charles Leclerc, well, technically Leclerc, of Yuki Tsunoda.
Looking very good.
Pulled that gap out very, very quickly. No penalties given again. Deemed another racing incident. I don't think we've seen a penalty given today. We've had a few little collisions like that. No penalties. Must have the soft stewards in today. Let's see, we took... not enough. We took 2 seconds out of Ocon, but only 0.7 of a second out of Norris, although I think Norris probably pushed a little bit there. And we only took 1/10 and a bit out of Tsunoda, who's pushed himself. I'm not sure we can catch Norris. We can catch Ocon. I'm not sure about Norris. And if you remember, we fell away in performance from this race on last year. I think in Mexico we were decent, but after Mexico our pace plummeted. I wonder if the same will ring true this season, because we've stopped development again to focus on next year, because we haven't got much research done outside of the chassis and the side pods. We've done a little bit here and a little bit there, but not much. So we do need to kind of focus in on that a little bit more.
Oscar, how's the tyre now?
Yeah, look, only 0.6 of a second quicker than Norris, but 2.2 seconds quicker than Ocon there. Evening F1 is live. As Hulkenberg drops in. I think Norris might be pushing. Let's have a look. Yeah, he was doing 138s, then a 137, then back to 138s, then he's done a couple of 137s, so he's probably burning some battery. He may well be back in the 138s on this lap when he crosses the line again. He is on the mediums against the hards for Ocon. Do I reckon Ocon's catchable? Oh, absolutely. We're only 4 seconds behind him. It's Norris I don't know if we're going to catch. He's been keeping that gap at about 12 seconds. going to turn our tyres up a bit now.
Happy to use the tyre more now.
We've recovered the excess that we burnt off when we did our flying lap. A 137.0 and a 139.0. Surely Norris is going to have to stop pushing now. Maybe not.
But the car's definitely not happy.
Fault developing now for Daniel Ricciardo. Somehow Sainz is still going. I would have thought his engine would have given up by now, but it's still chugging away, albeit somewhat slowly.
Use overtake.
Copy.
George is looking at 12 points. Norris looking at 25. No, sorry, George looking at 13 points because he's got the fastest lap. Norris looking at 25, so that means Norris will have gained 4 points over George if you take the sprint into account. Should still be ahead of him in the standings though. A 137.8, so looks like the lap time's starting to come down a little bit again, or slow down a little bit for Norris. Ocon with a push lap, a 137.2. I'm not going to push George. Or just leave him running around like this. He's not going to catch Ocon, let alone Norris. Not unless something happens to one of the two in front of us. So there's no point taking life out of the car or risking an accident for a position that's not going to come to us. We'll just have to try and do a better job in Mexico.
Pack is low.
Copy.
Focus on recharge.
Ocon's about to lap Sainz, which means he'll get DRS here. There we go, back to the 138s for Lando.
We are currently P3. Car ahead is Ocon.
And if we don't catch Ocon soon, we might not catch him at all. Sainz will help act as a bridge. Get us into DRS sooner. And that will definitely help. This is the part of the track where we have an advantage. We have good low speed performance and much better grip on these tyres. We didn't get DRS, but we might get a tow.
5 more.
Copy.
The gap's now 2.5 seconds. 137.8 for Norris. He's still finding good pace. Better pace than I thought he would. We're not going to catch him.
We have blue flag.
That's going to hurt George a little bit. As long as we can outscore Ocon, it just moves the title that little bit closer to Oscar in the drivers. Which means George is going to have to fight that little bit harder to get third.
The car ahead is Ocon. There's still opportunities here. Use the overtake button.
Copy.
Okay, recharge on.
Copy.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Copy.
More lift and coast.
Copy.
Make sure we get the pack back.
Okay.
Problem for Nico.
Well, yeah, right. It's
That's 4 laps to go.
Copy.
We think there's still opportunities here.
What's going on? Is it the battery? What's going on?
Enzo in 7th place right now. And that's a serious fault as well. And that could drop him. Well, it will almost certainly drop him behind Charles Leclerc. I think he'll hang on for points. Should hopefully be able to hang on to 8th place.
There are opportunities ahead.
138.5 for Norris. He's got a very slow Valtteri in front of him.
3 to go.
Copy.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
Yeah, copy.
Use overtake.
Copy.
Let's keep pushing up to cars ahead.
As we rocket our way past Ocon. Now, can I get the DRS of the cars in front
Copy. You're
on
doing
the
a good
main
job.
straight?
That is P2.
So ahead of you is Lando.
Yes, I can. Just, I think. I've got it from Gasly.
Tyre management, everything's good.
Okay.
Ah, just missed it.
Next
But I
lap
got a
is
little
the
bit of a
last one.
toe.
Next lap is the last one.
Yep. Copy.
Recharge on.
Copy.
And I've got the gap I needed to Ocon. Taken a bit of time out of Norris, but not enough. Valtteri's going to pull over just before the DRS line. There we go. So I don't get the DRS. It's frustrating. Could have done with that. As long as Ocon didn't get it. No, he didn't. Good.
Push and hold, overtake.
Copy.
This is the last lap. Last lap.
Copy.
So barring a miracle, this is Norris's race. We will take second though. Assuming I don't pop my tyres.
Yeah.
We've got a 4-second gap. That should be enough.
Copy.
Ricardo's fault escalates. That'll be a new engine part for him next race.
And as far as we can tell,
Copy.
So Norris wins. We will bring it home in second. 3 seconds clear of Esteban Ocon. So that extends our gap even further
P2's mega, mate.
in the Drivers' Championship, especially after coming second in the sprint and Ocon not.
Thank you very much.
Did he get a point?
Well done, buddy. Lovely race.
No, I think he finished outside of the points, didn't he?
Wait 5 seconds.
In the end, he finished 9th.
Then turn
So
it
an
off.
excellent weekend in total for us. A little disappointed
Check
with
the flags
the
out.
finishing result here for the main race, but
I drove my heart out there. So good job.
the gamble of going onto an early set of extra mediums didn't pay off. But we weren't quick enough in general here today anyway against Norris. Every time he got within a sniff of us, you know, he was past us. And then we couldn't stay with him when he got away. We will take the fastest lap home as well for that bonus point. Enzo managed to hang on in the end for 7th place. Huge points for Fittipaldi.
now wasn't it an excellent showing from Oscar Piastri?
This podium is something the whole team can be proud of. Excellent strategy and perfectly executed.
And you'd love to see this. The whole team celebrating this magnificent result. The man from down under, Oscar Piastri, heads up to our podium.
That's an amazing number of podiums now this season. They just keep coming.
So, ladies and gentlemen, your podium for the United States Grand Prix. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
They'll certainly be pleased to have made the podium. A job well done for sure.
And with that, our time in Texas now draws to a close.
We're nearing the end of the season and it's time for some serious heat. Stay with us as Formula One moves to Mexico City.
So then, confirmation of the final result. It is a win for Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri will take second. Third for Esteban Ocon. Russell has to settle for fourth, but does get the fastest lap for the bonus point. Fifth is Tsunoda, up 5 places. A good weekend for him. He had shown pace all the way through the weekend. Fernando has to go 6th in the end. A great result for Enzo Fittipaldi. 6 places gained, finished in 7th. And 6 huge points for him. Leclerc starting on pole, finishing down in 8th place in the end. It is some consolation points for Ferrari, but their misery continues, it would seem. Nico Hülkenberg picking up a few more points for Aston there. Their topsy-turvy season continues. And Stroll gets the final point in 10th, ahead of Sergio Perez. Lewis Hamilton, Liam Lawson up 9 places to finish 13th. Then it's Zhou Guan Yu, Teo Porcher, another miserable weekend for him, down in 15th. Ricardo, another weekend to forget for him as well, also down 8 places in 16th. 17th for Max, 18th for Stoffel Van Dorn, 19th with an ailing car for Valtteri Bottas. Gasly in 20th. 21st for Sainz, whose car was hanging on by a thread for a good chunk of that race there. And just one retirement, Logan Sargent spinning off into the barriers to bring out that VSC. In the driver's standings, 25 points earned for Oscar. Why is it only showing me the race points? What happened to the sprint points? Oh, no, yeah, that's right. We didn't win the race, did we? So, yeah, that's like what's going on. 25 points for Ocon this weekend, outscoring, for Oscar this weekend, outscoring Ocon by 10. The gap is now 40 points with just Mexico, Brazil, Vegas, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. Although 2 of those, Vegas and Qatar the other way round. Just 5 rounds to go, 2 more sprint events. Still easily winnable for Ocon, but it's nice to have a 40-point buffer. That is for certain. They see Lando outscoring us by 4 this weekend in the battle for 3rd place. Then it's just 6 points now between George and Lando, the 2 Brits, neck and neck, in that hunt for the final step there. Alonso 5th, picks up another 8 points this weekend. He's on 164. He's now 101 points away from 4th place. Leclerc just 4 points of his own, losing ground to Fernando. Yuki, big points this weekend, 16 points, jumps above Lewis Hamilton and is now 44 points behind Charles Leclerc. Could he overhaul the second Ferrari, I wonder? Porsche in 9th has 77, then it's Sainz in 10th with 60. 4 points gained for Hülkenberg in 11th on 47. Ricardo gets an extra point. 29 points for Valtteri in 13th. Lawson picking up an extra 3 in 14th. And it's Stroll up 1 place with that point to get him onto 13 in 15th place. Drops Logan Sargent down into 16th. Enzo Fittipaldi gets 6 massive points, and that puts him on 8. He's up 4 places now into 17th, jumping ahead of Guan Yu Zhou and Pierre Gasly, Stoffel Van Dorn and Checo Perez. Max still rooted to the bottom of the standings. And they see 46 points against 23. We doubled Red Bull's points tally again tonight, and we now have a 147-point lead in the constructors' standings with just 5 rounds to go, and that is a much healthier advantage. The constructors' championship is almost certainly coming our way. Drivers' standings a little less clear, but we are definitely one hand on the team prize, which is in many respects, as an F1 manager, the most important one. They see McLaren in third, 302 points. They've pulled away from Ferrari significantly now, 52 points clear of them. Mercedes in fifth are losing ground again to RB. That gap has come down again. It's now just 18 points. Aston Martin pick up 4 points. They're now hitting 50. They've reached the half century. Sauber up to 37 points. Haas have 23. Alpine have 19. Williams have just 6 points. We did not get much in the pit stop competition. Oscar's position was good enough for some points. George did not make it anywhere near the leaderboard tonight. The slowest of the top 10 was a 2.09. George's best stop was a 2.16. So we were very, very far off, even with a quick stop. You know, not good. And we did have a stuck wheel nut to contend with as well for Oscar. That cost us a couple of seconds. Let's see, it cost us, 2.3 seconds, as opposed to just the usual probably 0.3. So that cost us an extra 2 seconds, I would say. Wouldn't have been enough to catch Lando. In the overall standings, Red Bull retake top spot from Ferrari once again. These two continually swapping places. This time Red Bull back in ascendancy by just 3 points. McLaren in third on 325. Mercedes fourth with 260. We have pulled out another bit of a gap over Alpine. We are now 14 points ahead of them in fifth. Alpine stays sixth with no points scored this weekend on 124. No points for Aston or RB. They stay seventh and eighth. Haas pick up an extra 16 points. They're now on 55 in ninth. Then it's Williams with 23 and Sauber with 19. And we get our payout with both drivers, another 1.37 mil added to the bank balance. And we have just 4 days until the next Grand Prix as we are into a triple header. Let's see what the inbox has for us. Let's see. Front wing failure. Okay, we just made us an extra spare. So we're back down to 2 spare front wings after we changed that one over. We have issues again between Marcus and George. We will try and intervene and hope that things improve, but not ideal. And we've got a weather forecast. We have. It is going to be dry and cool on the Sunday. That'll help with a soft, medium, or a soft, medium, soft, or medium, soft, whatever order we decide to go with. It'll help with the soft tyre wear. Very much so at that circuit with low temperatures like that. Let's fix that front wing. There we go. We have 2.7 mil. That's enough to get one wing underway. Let's go with a front wing. 7 days away from a new ATR period. Actually, let's see. Got chassis and side pods going through right now. What's the current state of my research? I've got about 10 to 12%, I think, gains coming on the side pods, on the chassis, and maybe 2% on the chassis, on the side pods. Can't get it right. So let's have a look. We've already covered off the losses. We've more than covered off the losses. We're going to have a monster chassis then. I thought we were going to lose more than that. All right, we don't need to worry about diverting any aero research onto the chassis with the new ATR. That's good. I haven't done any front or rear wings. Side pods, we just about covered them off as well, so we can stop working on the side pods now. Underfloor has a little bit. It's just one project done there, and I think it's one project done on the suspension as well. Yeah, just one project done on the suspension. So, okay, we can move our focus away from what we've been doing now that we've covered off next year's losses. So, maybe a cheeky rear wing to give us a little bit more speed for the final races of the season. I don't think it'll be ready in time. No, it won't. All right. No more development. It's just research all the way now. I'm going to wait 7 days till we get the ATR period to do a wing. So instead, let's get another underfloor done. We'll just improve the drag reduction a little bit and the airflow sensitivity a little bit. There we go. How long till those projects are done? 12 days. Yeah, we will wait. We'll save the remainder of the cash. Let's check in with the facilities. How much is the refurb? 2.8. We've got to get that done at some point. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's going to go very, very soon. That's going to have to be a refurb. Can't afford the 10 mil to upgrade it. That's going to go very soon. 2.2 mil upgrade. I'd like to get the upgrade in if we can. We might have to wait until the end of the year and then put an upgrade in on that with our prize money. Scouting's always going to be fine. That's just recently been refurbed. Boardroom's not an issue. Hospitality's about to go. That's a 2.85 upgrade. I'd like to get an upgrade in rather than a refurb. Weather Center, not too far away from breaking. Yeah, it would be nice to put an upgrade on that. I don't want to spend that money yet. Memorabilia room, again, would be nice to get that up to level 5. Tour center's okay. Just checking with the board. Delighted, as you would expect. Both objectives are complete. We can no longer, it would seem, finish below 6th, given that we are completed on 2025. No, wait, we're in 26, aren't we? That was last year. Never mind. And we have completed this year, as you can see. 19 races down, 19 races with points. We have scored in every single Grand Prix. That is pretty good. Pretty good. I am kind of curious about our stats here. Let's have a look. So, season 1 with Mick and Logan, we got 3 points. Last season with George and Ricardo, we got 115 points. This season with George and Oscar, 596 points, and we've got 10 wins. That's a hell of an improvement. And we didn't even get a sprint win last year, but we've got 3 sprint wins this year, 9 pole positions, 25 podiums. That's pretty impressive. Won't show us how much money we spent last year on our finances, or the year before for some reason, but it does show it here how much we've spent. Let's take a look at our overall statistics. Best sprint race finish, Shanghai. That was our first sprint race win, which was this year. Bahrain, we won the opening Grand Prix of the season this year. 67 entries as a team, 25 podiums total, 714 points scored in total. First point scored in Monaco, of all places. And our highest income in a year, $179.5 million last season. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. Right. Yeah, kind of curious. Never really looked at that in much detail before on the new version. We have 4 days to go. Let's advance time. Get ourselves prepped and ready for Monday. There we go. And there are your standings. So, really, really good weekend for us. Helped immensely by Red Bull McLaren having a really awful sprint weekend. And then outscoring both teams in the main Grand Prix as well. The constructors is looking pretty much secure now. As I say, 147 points clear with just 5 rounds to go. That is a hell of a margin to try and overhaul. It is possible, but things would have to go dramatically wrong for us, I think, now to lose the constructors. It will be more of a challenge to wrap up the drivers' standings early. Just 40 points the gap, and we do not have the quickest car. We are riding a wave of extreme confidence at the moment and good strategy, but I'm not immune to making strategy mistakes. I'm looking at you, Canada 26. So, yeah, fingers crossed we can complete the job and make Oscar the world champion this year. And also, hopefully, we can get George 3rd place. Because that is going to be a hell of a fight with Lando. He is definitely quicker than us at the moment, and every point counts in the battle for 3rd place. So that is probably going to go down to the wire between those two, unless someone has an almighty shunt somewhere and allows the other one to open up a big points lead. I will be back with more Brabham on Monday, and I have dual screen set up on my PC now, so I'm going to try and start playing around with dual screen this weekend, and that will play into experiments with the layout a little bit on Twitch tomorrow when we do the next race with Porsche. I'll be starting that at the usual time at 4 p.m. I may do 2 races, I may only do 1. I'm not going to commit beyond 1 race just yet. So it'll be 2.5 hours, maybe 3. If it's 1 race, we'll go about maybe 5.5, 6 hours if it's 2 races. But we shall see what happens as the day progresses. There will be no stream on Sunday as a planned stream. I will do some test streaming on Sunday where I try and play about with the layout a little bit, and I will probably do a test stream on both YouTube and on Twitch. So if you want to pop in and say hi and help me, calibrate things, that'll be great. But there'll be nothing of any substance to watch. They will be testing stuff on Sunday in the afternoon. I'll probably do those sort of around 3-4 o'clock ish. So if you do want to drop in and say hello, that would be appreciated. Give me a chance to play with positioning of chat windows and all that kind of stuff, and overlays, on the fly kind of thing. I'll probably have something easy on in the background that I don't need to focus purely on. Maybe Frostpunk on the PC, maybe. And then once I've got everything all kind of figured out like that, I will next week be able to start recording the beginning of my Let's Play for ETS, and I will also get an ATS Let's Play started probably the week after that. So PC footage should be coming up on the channel at some point next week. If you haven't yet subscribed to that channel, the link is on my About page here on YouTube. You can just expand the links, and you will see the link to Jim Bob Plays. That is my new PC-only channel. So do make sure you subscribe to that. If you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, why not? It's free. It's not going to cost you anything, and your support would be much appreciated. If you have enjoyed tonight's stream, please do drop a like as well. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for a bit more Porsche on Twitch. Hopefully I'll see you on Sunday as you help me calibrate YouTube and Twitch overlays, etc. through OBS. And if not, see you again on Monday for some more F1 Manager with Brabham. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more content very soon.